experience being detained by the Israeli army was strange. There was no crime committed except for filming a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement, and for that, I was questioned relentlessly, mainly on why I'd be in a car full of the bad guys, aka Palestinians, as an American citizen. After taking Musa's keys and all of our passports, they allowed me back in the car.
He said not to do that.
Then made us wait for 2 hours while they drank Coca-Cola and doom-scrolled on their phones at a nearby watchtower. The arbitrary theatrics of it all reminded me of the process of getting into Palestine in the first place, which is only possible for Palestinians by entering the West Bank through Jordan. All in all, the process took 8 hours. Despite the crossing being over less than a mile in distance, it contains a grueling customs process that involves 3 checkpoints, 2 buses, 3 bag checks, and a final interrogation by an Israeli border agent, where you're essentially given a vibe check, asked a couple questions, and if they don't like your answers, you're banned from both Palestine and Israel for 5 years. During my interrogation, I told him that I was headed to party in Tel Aviv because of the repressive atmosphere of anti-Semitism in the U.S. dating market. He bought the story and let me in. But anyways, eventually, we were all released without charge and back on the highway toward Hebron. A path divided by separate highways, constant military checkpoints, and infinite repetitions of those big red signs, which the Israeli army puts up to scare visitors away from Palestinian enclaves. This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law. As mentioned, our driver, Musa, hails from the Aida refugee camp back in Bethlehem.
Welcome to Aida refugee camp. It's about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children.
He wanted to show us Hebron, to show us a more intimate example of urbanized apartheid in the West Bank.
We are in Hebron now, talking about the colonizer, how they stole the people houses, how the Palestinian family dealing with all of that.
The whole physical infrastructure is constructed in such a way that Palestinians are made invisible. The way the roads are constructed, the ways in which life takes place inside the cities, in a kind of factual and practical way, has been sequestered and made invisible.
In Hebron, you'll see Israeli settlements physically built over top existing Palestinian communities, something you can't really see anywhere else. After we arrived, Musa introduced us to one of his friends, a local from Hebron, to get a more in-depth view of the city.
I'm sure some people watching might be wondering why your face is blurred. Can you kind of give us a little explanation?
I used to appear in my faces in many interviews and occasions, but after October the 7th, this became something really risky because in November 2023, I discovered that my face was suspected.
their houses destroyed it in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their home.
مدام الحكومة الإسرائيلية اللي فيها نتنياهو وحواليه ابن كبير واسمه اللي هي مدام هذول العالم بالسلطة العوض الله، لأنه الشعب اللي كمان الشعب الإسرائيلي عودوا اللي هو نتنياهو عودوا إنه يصير مجرم، عودوا خلاه طلع المستوطنين شو بيسووا بهذا من سياسة ابن كبير ومن سياسة اللي أعطاهم كلهم سلاح ويلا روح طخط خطران شايف شو بيسووا فينا. شيء المستعمرات شو بيسووا فينا؟ كل يوم في زياده، كل يوم في طخ، كل يوم في كذا، كل يوم في اعتقالات، وين السلطه هنا؟ شو اللي مفعول ولا ليش؟
All right, let's talk about segregation. So, much like the West Bank is split between areas A, B, and C, the city of Hebron itself is split into two sections, H1 and H2. H1 comprises about 80% of the city and is home to around 120,000 Palestinians and operates under the full civil and security control of the PA. The remaining 20% of the city, H2, is entirely under Israeli military control. But H2 Israelis in Hebron aren't comfortable with the land they have. They want more of Hebron, often breaching the H1 barrier to harass and attack Palestinians.
وثقوا قنابل غاز بدمر العالم وبيعذبوا على الناس وبيحرقوا سياراتهم.
If you're so profitable, why do you sell a course? Well, you know what? Here you go. I don't care. It's all free. I'm giving it away. We have like 6 different courses in here. The same strategies that made me a full-time trader. And we have like...
ما خليناش ندخل على البلد القديمة كمان بعد الحرب. رحنا من فلسطين وبيحصلونا وبيدمرونا. نقرأ بالحلاوة ويجوا يشنطوا قنابل وغاز وخنقوا الناس. في ناس ولاد صغار كمان خنقوهم.
Why do you think they do this?
لأنه بده ياخذوا الأراضي وكل وقت ما عنا بالحارة اجوا اليهود الاحتلال سكروا محلنا احنا ساكنين، سكروا ما خلوش حدا يمشي من التجول. احنا مشكلتنا مش مع اليهود، مع الاحتلال الصهيوني.
Why do you think that's so hard to understand for people?
واليهود يسووش شيء بس المستوطنين واليهود وهدول بالاحتلال بياخذوا الأراضي وبكسروا بخلوش الناس يوصلوا على الأراضي. إنه اليهود بيسووا لنا شيء، اليهود بيسووا لنا شيء بس الاحتلال بدمرونا بطخوا علينا.
هذول الصهايونة بنفسهم معهم أصلا اليهود بنفسهم مش متفاهمين معهم.
For a more in-depth history lesson with our local guide, we decided to sit down at a Palestinian coffee shop and get down to business.
Okay guys, so before we start our walking tour, it's better to talk about Hebron in general. Hebron has one of the most complicated situations in the country because it's the only Palestinian city where you can find Israeli settlers living in the middle of it. If you go to Jerusalem or any other Palestinian city, you will find all the settlements located on the outskirts. But Jerusalem, actually, there are settlements located in the middle of the city, but what makes it different from Hebron, that sometimes when you walk in Jerusalem, you don't realize that you are passing by a settlement or you are inside a settlement.
Every corner in Jerusalem, they make it look like as if they want you to remind you this is not Palestine's Jerusalem, it's Israel. And here you can see all those Israeli flags all over the place. And this whole contrast shows how there is this tired way of Israelizing Jerusalem, while in fact it does not really match the reality on the ground.
In a way, Hebron can be seen as a more intense version of Jerusalem, where while some Zionist settlements do exist, it's more of a destination for rabid bands of settler youth who flock to Temple Mount for occasions like Jerusalem Day with heavy security.
But this is not the case in Hebron because the areas where all the settlements is located in the middle of the city is not accessible for Palestinians.
So you have an urbanized apartheid here.
Yes.
Comparatively to by Jerusalem, where you have sort of suburbs that are walled off, maybe a mile from the highway.
Here it's so obvious. You notice directly as soon as you arrive to the area.
And obvious it was. Here in Hebron in particular, you have apartheid segregation built into the urban core, which is not something you see elsewhere in the West Bank. Above this barbed wire chain link fence, there is an Israeli settlement that has physically been built over top of a Palestinian street that used to be the biggest commercial hub of the city until 2000. So as you can see, there's a 4-story apartment building right above me. They have a separate entrance to get inside of the street in front of it. They have Israeli flags in the windows, and it's totally inaccessible to any Palestinians or foreigners who don't live there. So there's a total separate infrastructure that's been built illegally. But also, as you can see, there's a ton of like garbage, rocks, and different heavy objects that have been dropped onto the metal above me. All signs indicate have been thrown by the settlers onto pedestrians who walk down the street in Palestine.
You know, somebody said, oh, well, is there apartheid? You know, apartheid being the term that was used in South Africa for racial segregation. Does that exist in the West Bank? In my opinion, absolutely. The difference, though, you know, the apartheid in South Africa was explicitly, literally about skin color and texture of hair. So it was all about racial identity. communities with different ethnic identities. By the way, some of the Palestinians are Christian, but obviously most of them are Muslim, and they are subject to a different legal regime. And in certain respects, I'd argue it's worse than apartheid. Like it's more militarized, it's less functional. Like life, I think, is more intolerable from what I observe and understand in the West Bank than it would have been in South Africa.
So, we mentioned 2 dates so far. The year 2000, when the second intifada started, discussed last episode, and October 7th, 2023, the date of the Hamas attack on Israel, which resulted in the Gaza genocide and an increased pressure campaign on the West Bank.
We will destroy Hamas.
We continue to the end. Nothing will stop us. We will go to the end to victory, no less than that.
I'm cautious about framing the situation there as some kind of ancient conflict or some unfixable stalemate between two frenzied religious groups. But to be fair, religious tension and violent clashes in Hebron go way back before the formation of Israel in 1948. Part of this is because the city carries as much religious significance for Muslims as it does for Jews.
And the most important part for them was this, the old city of Hebron. Why? Because the tomb of patriarchs is located here, where Muslims, Christians, and Jews believe that the Prophet Abraham and his wife Sarah, Isaac and his wife Rebecca, Jacob and his wife Leah, all of them are buried in a cave. And on top of that cave, a structure was erected later on, which became a mosque, and later on was divided to a mosque and the synagogue, the Jewish synagogue.
Abraham is the shared prophet of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Yes, for Jewish religion in general, this will be considered the second important religious site in the Jewish religion, and they also consider the Prophet Abraham the father of the Jewish religion, even though that the Jewish religion.
Notice how every celebrity, I mean every single one, is always wearing a tee that's tied on the arm and the dell, then it's loose on the
Came many years later after the Prophet Abraham.
To break it down, the Cave of the Patriarchs is one of the most contentious sites in the world. Half the facility is a mosque for followers of Allah, and the other half is a synagogue for followers of Hashem, all of whom rejoice in the shared worship of Prophet Abraham, whose wife and kids apparently rest in the caves below. He might also be there too.
So the cave where Abraham lived is supposed to be 18 meters below us right now.
Yes.
And that's the entrance. That's the main entrance to it. And only at the morning at 9 a.m., the Palestinians will sleep. They open the entrance to do an old tradition, which is lighting 4 candles and send it all the way down. So according to the story that was mentioned in the Genesis, Abraham, when he was living in Hebron with his wife Sarah and died, he wanted to find a proper place to bury him. So he built the cave. He buried his wife Sarah there, and later on it became the burial site for Abraham and the rest of the family. So that's why this place is considered the only place in the world that represents the 3 main Abrahamic religion.
So this is one of the holiest sites for all 3 religions.
Yes. It's actually the only one because in the rest of the world you don't find a place that represents the 3 main Abrahamic religion in the same structure.
Makes sense there'd be a lot of conflict in this particular place.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, guys? So as you can tell from the footage, earlier this year, myself, along with the Channel 5 team, had the chance to go to the West Bank and see how Palestinians are living under occupation. And newsflash, the occupation is still going, and in many ways, the settler violence has escalated and worsened. So before traveling to the West Bank, I wanted to do some research and see how my fellow press members, my colleagues in the journalistic game, are covering the events in the West Bank and the situation there overall. That's where Ground News came from, which is a dope-ass news aggregate that does many different things. So I've got Ground News pulled up right here on my phone, and I can type in West Bank on the app here, and there's several stories almost every day. A recent one says Israeli settlers torch homes across West Bank during Eid. Eid, as many know, is one of the most important holidays in the Islamic faith, much like Ramadan. And so naturally, Israeli settlers saw it as the perfect time to carry out coordinated arson attacks against various Palestinian homes in the West Bank. Typical behavior that we saw when we were there. As you can see on Ground News, there are 111 sources covering this particular story. 35 sources on the left, 48 in the center, and only 5 on the right. Ground News also has a nifty bias comparison tool where you can see a brief overview of the political framing across the headlines. Here, let me show you. So something that immediately jumps out at me are words like rampage, extremist being used, which are pretty loaded language by most definitions. So what little right-leaning coverage there is still important to look at because it portrays the perpetrators as illegal radicals, like remember that small fringe element, not with the actual backing and funding and guns provided by the Israeli army. And as one would expect, the center coverage doesn't do too much editorializing. So we see all this coverage, but the main question is, how does this coverage actually shake out in the headlines? Because sadly, most people just read headlines. Here you can see Al Jazeera, funded by the government of Qatar, says Israeli settlers finally stormed through occupied West Bank. Then here you have the Times of Israel, which as you can expect, leans toward the Israeli government. The headline says, reports, settlers set fire to vehicles, structures in North West Bank village, 2 injured. Instead of stating it as a fact, which it is because there's actual evidence of it, they claim it was reported by the PA to garner sympathy. And on the far right, Fox is nowhere to be seen, the Daily Wire, nada, because it actually is kind of hard to spin a settler violence story against Palestine. Now, not everybody in the world can just hop on a plane to Jordan and cross the West Bank to find out what's going on over there. Most people are living their life. They have 3 roommates. They're working multiple jobs. Informationally, they're kind of relying on whatever news source finds them first on their phone. So ground news is a good, effective way to kind of block that algorithmic hypnosis and give you a more clear view of global events. Obviously, it's best to be there in person, but if you can't be there in person, the second best thing is downloading ground news right now. And guess what? Subscribing right now through my link, ground.news/channel 5, in the pinned comment and description box of this video, or by scanning the QR code on screen here, gets you a whopping 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the best one. What a steal to stay informed. All right, back to Palestine. So let's talk about conflict. Far before the Zionist movement existed in Europe, and beginning in the mid-1500s under the Ottoman Empire, Jews began migrating to Hebron to be closer to Abraham's cave. How did Jews and Muslims live side by side in places like Hebron before Israel, before the Balfour Declaration, let's say under the Ottoman Empire?
The Ottoman Empire, basically minorities, Christians, Jews, were treated mainly with disinterest until the modern period. It's sort of like you do your shtick, you do your thing, you organize your own charities, you organize your own educational system. We just don't care. Now, minorities had to pay a jizya tax because they weren't conscripted, they weren't part of the army, and they were being protected, the theory was, by the government itself. But that tax was abolished in 1856.
Things were pretty much all good between religions in Palestine under the Ottoman Empire. But after they fell and the British took over around 1920, that all changed.
So in that period of time, you had Zionist immigration, you had a separate economy being set up, you had land being bought by the Zionists and the expulsion of Palestinians from the land. You had an underclass rising in the urban areas of Palestine. You had 2 different economies that were being set up, 2 different ruling structures under the British that were being set up. So you had this hardening of communal boundaries.
Gradually, the Arab Muslim majority began to view the Jewish population as an asset of the British occupation, especially after 100,000 European Zionists immigrated to Palestine in just a 6-year period between 1922 and 1928. By the end of that decade, tensions reached a boiling point, best illustrated by the tragic events of 1929.
There was a massacre that took place in 1929.
One of the things that took place in Palestine was in 1929, where there is an escalation started in Jerusalem between Palestinian Muslims and new Jewish immigrants who immigrated to the country. It started in Hebron after the British army used some Palestinians who have interest with the British government and raised the rumors in the city that a massacre was committed against the Palestinian Muslims in the old city in Jerusalem. And people get panicked. They decided to leave the city, trying to reach Jerusalem, but all the entrances of the city were closed by the British army. So what happened, people went back to the market and they found that a massacre or a clash started against the Palestinian Jewish community living in Hebron.
There was a massacre of Jews, about 70 Jews were killed.
The 1929 massacre led to the destruction of Hebron's Jewish community and the exodus of every last Jewish person living in the city, many of whom were among the Palestinian Jews that comprised 10% of the population before Zionist immigration began.
Most of the people who lived in Hebron before the massacre of 1929 were indigenous Jews. The Zionist population was never a significant part of the Hebron population.
Indigenous Jews of Palestine.
Of Palestine, yeah. I mean, it's people who either came back before the Zionist movement or who could trace their ancestry way back.
Understanding 1929 is crucial in grasping the kind of narrative that's fed to settlers in order to justify further incursion into the West Bank. Isolated from context and stacked against other horrific things that have happened to Jews in different parts of the world, it grooms settlers to believe that seizing or living on Palestinian land after the formation of Israel isn't an illegal act of cruelty, but rather an act of retribution to avenge their forefathers.
This is something that, is very central to the Zionist mythos, because the massacre fits up there with other massacres that have taken place, like Kishinev in Moldova in 1903, like the Farhud in Baghdad in 1941, like the Holocaust. All these things add up to a rationale for Zionism, that Jews can't be safe anyplace else, that they're going to be massacred. They're going to be massacred in Palestine. So therefore, what we have to have is we have to have a strong state that will support the Jews, that will build the Jews, build the Jewish population.
Are you looking to sell your house as is without paying for costly repairs, inspections, or expensive realtor fees? Then listen up. Not only will we buy your house, but we are so confident in what we do that we guarantee to get you the cash you deserve for your home in less than 30 days. On top of that, we will cover your monthly rent, mortgage, and any moving expenses that you have during the process. So if you're looking to sell your house quickly without the BS,
Timeline-wise, it wouldn't be until around 20 years after the formation of Israel in 1948 that Jews began returning to Hebron after decades of absence.
On March 1968, a group of Zionist American 75 people from the Jewish community of Brooklyn, New York, they arrived to the country.
And in 1968, a group of Jews went into one of the larger hotels in Hebron as, pretending to be Swiss tourists, and they set up shop there, and they refused to leave. And the Israeli army wanted them to leave, and they finally negotiated a settlement for them leaving, and they ended up founding a settlement called Kiryat Arba, which is, in existence to this very day.
So the Israeli army was so annoyed with this group of American Jews pretending to be Swiss people who wouldn't leave the Palestinian hotel room that they actually built them a place to live.
Yeah.
And since then, the population of settlers has gone from a couple dozen hotel guests to over 1,000 souls living in H1.
One of the key factors in apartheid is closing down the commercial centers that belonged to the oppressed group who once called the area home. This iron fence was put up to restrict one of the main Palestinian commercial centers that used to exist up until the year 2000, after which the Israeli army shut down the street and began, or I guess continued, building these massive private settlements right above it. So right up there is a private basketball court where you can shoot hoops, as the Americans say. As you can see here, all of this trash is the accumulated rubbish that people have thrown down from the settlements since their construction back in the day. So there's a stray cat hanging out there, which I've learned is a very common sight here in Palestine. You have cats everywhere, a couple dogs, but mostly cats. There is some donkeys. But yeah, it's pretty crazy to see. You can just imagine this exact street thriving as a commercial hub. You can see these sealed off storefronts that you can just tell used to be full of energy, excitement, and oh shit. So it's a settler and Palestinian cat fight. Cats obviously are not aware of the political situation, but it's a metaphor for what's going on.
Even if these cat-infested barriers weren't built and there was freedom of movement, though, Palestinians would still be subject to arrest if they tried to cross into H1 without military authorization.
So this massive purple area that you have here on the map is coded purpose because it says travel forbidden. Yeah. So you have almost half of the urban core restricted to Palestinians.
But this division appeared in 2000. Okay. That's why, after 1984, the city was still accessible. That's part of the city without any problem. Then in 1987, the first Palestinian civil uprising started, known as the First Intifada.
So, we've talked about the Second Intifada a few times, but the first one began for almost identical reasons. Palestinian frustration with the military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. But the key difference between the First and Second Intifada is that the first one led to a conversation, a negotiation between the Palestinian Authority and the Israelis.
And unfortunately, it resulted in signing an agreement known as Oslo Accord or Oslo Agreement.
The Oslo Agreement, discussed last episode extensively, is the reason for the Area A, B, and C divisions of the West Bank, and widely regarded as a failure on both sides of the coin.
For us, or for me as a Palestinian, I found that agreement was the worst agreement that was signed into Palestinian history.
Why in particular?
Because it gave the Israeli occupation a legitimate face to it, and it gave them more time to maneuver and to implement facts on the ground, which is today, I don't want to say impossible to change, but it's really hard to change.
So the initial agreement was signed on September 13th, 1993. And less than 6 months later, the Muslim community of Hebron would experience a horrific act of terrorism that reshaped the city forever.
Let's talk about the main incident that took place in Hebron back in 1994, which changes everything. So in 1994, an American Jewish person from New York, he didn't like Oslo Agreement, and this is the case for the extremist Jewish settlers. They didn't like it because it will give an idea about creating a Palestinian state. So that settler, Baruch Goldstein, he woke up on the 25th of February 1994, 5 a.m. in the morning, and he put his full military gear, his full military uniform, and he walked all the way to Al-Ibrahimi Mosque. He went inside the building where thousands of worshippers, they were in the middle of a prayer. He opened fire and he killed 29 Palestinians, injuring another Muslim. That incident actually changed the whole city from 1994 until today. In West, Later on, there was many divisions that took place in the city, more military presence, but the most important thing, the building itself was divided to a Muslim mosque, and a part of it was converted to a Jewish synagogue.
Is this the main room of the mosque?
Yes, the main room of it now after 1994.
So the area where the massacre happened is closed?
No, it was here.
So the massacre happened right here?
Yes.
So a lot of these bullet markings are from that shooting 33 years ago?
Yes. You can see a bullet hole here, one here.
The people were just praying when that happened?
Yes, actually they were in a specific position with their two heads, guns and their hands touching the ground when he started opening fire on them before he was attacked by a group of people who beat him to death.
Goldstein attempted to escape, but was stopped by a crowd and beaten to death.
You know, then after that, you had protests that emerged, and riots that emerged throughout the West Bank. The army went in and basically divided the city at that point. And so then you get H1 and H2 out of that.
Is it true that Ben-Gvir, the active Minister of National Security, for quite some time, had a framed portrait of the mass shooter in his living room?
Yeah.
And they let this guy...
There was a shrine that was built in this guy's, honor.
The mass shooter?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he was a mass shooter.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I know that internet kids nowadays, like all the white supremacists love the Christchurch mosque shooter because they hate Muslims. But I mean, mid-90s, honoring a mass shooter pre-Columbine.
They didn't look at it as a mass shooter. They took somebody standing up for the Jewish people.
Why?
Today, we're making the GPT 5.6 series of models gentle.
Well, you and I would say because they're crazy.
I just find it crazy that that kind of fringe extremist element is given a seat at the table in government.
Yeah, well, they are, and that's one of the aspects of this Netanyahu government. He was so desperate to form a government that he brought in people who were basically would not be shunned by any other government, in the process of formation. Ben-Gvir, other people as well.
Yeah. You think that those guys will end up somewhere like Nuremberg a few decades down the line?
Do you think Trump is going to be held up as a war criminal, or Hegseth is ever held up as a war criminal in spite of the fact that they're ordering war crimes being committed?
Right, but I mean, Trump's not walking around the border putting people in chokeholds. Ben-Gvir tucks his shirt in and walks around yelling at minorities. He's kind of got like a little bit of an African warlord thing in him.
Well, he's got, he can't travel to much of the world. He can't travel to Europe, for example. No Mediterranean vacations.
France has decided to ban Israel's far-right police minister from access to French territory.
After exiting the mosque, we headed over to the synagogue side of the facility, which apparently our guide couldn't come into.
Because you're Christians and not Muslims, you can go into the mosque and then go to the synagogue if you want to.
Okay, cool.
He can't go with you though.
All right.
Okay, because he's a Muslim.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry we have to leave you here.
And I don't want to wait here because the search is that crazy, so I will let you off. Okay, see you.
So now we're going to enter the synagogue here that was established after the mass shooting in '94 to see what the vibes are and see the wall from the other side. There's some Jewish worshipers down there in absolute ecstatic joy, singing, dancing, and giving prayers to Hashem. Fitting bars for proto-Jesus. There's a lot of American connections you can see pretty much present everywhere. This was dedicated by the Golden family in New York, not too far from where I grew up.
So let's talk about New York City, the Big Apple, which financially powers the majority of H1 settler operations, aside from the Army guns themselves, which you, American taxpayer, pay for yourself.
Well, I mean, you see Smotrich at the Israel Day rally in New York?
No, I didn't.
Smotrich was out there walking around holding a banner with Eric Adams.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, at the same time, Mondani, refused to attend the, and good for him.
Why would he go?
No, that's the idea. It's good for him.
Did you ever see that classic, like, mayoral debate panel back in the day where they asked each candidate where they would go if they had a vacation week or whatever? And everybody said Israel up there except for Mondani.
No, I didn't see that.
It was like a cartoon. Everyone was like, I'd go to Israel.
I would go to Israel.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Like, it was like they were all had a gun to their head.
NYC is a crucial player here because within Israel itself, settlement expansion is actually quite unpopular, especially amongst the youth, and has been the subject of many a protest on the Israeli left. For this reason, among others, the companies in charge of selling real estate in places like Hebron with its settlements often advertise abroad, especially in the U.S., to rope American Jews into either moving to the West Bank or making some kind of big donation.
The only way that this apartheid is still continuing today is because it has strong financial pillars. One of the biggest donors for settlers in Hebron in the state are from the United States, and we're talking about the biggest charitable American organization. It's called Hebron Fund. This organization, Hebron Fund, is in charge of funding Israeli settlers, collecting donations to the settlers here to sustain what we see today.
So the Hebron Fund, located smack dab in the middle of Brooklyn, is responsible for the renovations to the synagogue in Hebron and are the primary chaperones of the transnational migration pattern that keeps the settlements booming. Here's some coverage captured by our East Coast correspondent, JP, outside an event in New York City, where allegedly settlement condos and land shares are being advertised and sold inside.
What's good? We are here on 67th and 3rd Street in front of the Park East Synagogue in New York City for the Great Israeli Real Estate Event of 2026. It's in a series of real estate sales that have been happening across New York, New Jersey over the past year of different land in the West Bank and in Israel. We're about a mile from the UN, who has said that sales of these nature are illegal under international law.
I believe there's a real estate agency inside there. They're selling land to Jewish people to go to Israel, or whoever wants to buy homes in Israeli places over there.
Anti-Semitism levels in New York City are off the charts. Unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism, of hate crimes against the Jewish community. Do Jewish lives matter? I guess not to the left.
What charlatans, what frauds they are. They're coming here openly in the middle of a genocide, trying to sell the land that they're presently evacuating. They're wiping off the inhabitants from the land and selling that land. It's an insult to common sense, and it's an insult to Judaism and to the Jewish people.
Oh, so I guess it's illegal to sell land in America because America is a settlement land, isn't it? Didn't we conquer this land 250 years ago? Literally in July 4th it's going to be. So this land is stolen land. It was settled by, Native Americans, correct? Wasn't this land correct for Native Americans? Are we all Native Americans? None of us are Native Americans. Those people are at the reservations, aren't they? Every land in the Middle East is settled land because Egypt was Coptic Egyptian, Yemen was Jewish, Syria was Christian, and the Muslims took it over. So that's settled land. They're occupied land. If you go again back into biblical times, Muslims didn't live in those areas. Muslims were created 600 years after the birth of Jesus Christ.
The synagogue has the right to invite whoever it wants. It's not an illegal purpose.
The movement of Zionism is a terrorist movement, and you dare to stand up and defend it. Be embarrassed of yourself.
So if I was hosting an event that was showing you potential speculation for how we can sell children out of a church, everyone in the world would know exactly what that was. It would be illegal. It would be both under international law as well as New York law. You cannot plan to commit a crime. And the reality is, having been inside these places, they absolutely do commit war crimes all the time directly out of these synagogues. They're using it, as they like to say, as a human shield. But the reality is, there's no defending what they do without whataboutism or outright lying, the second of which is more common on their end.
With all due respect to Channel 5 or whatever lefties you are, with all due respect, they're here to call for the destruction and annihilation of the world's only Jewish country.
Here to support the empire. Don't be an anti-Sith. The Galactic Empire is the most moral empire in the entire galaxy. There we go. I'm with you guys. I'm supporting the empire. Anakin Skywalker has done so much for young Jedi children. If you guys don't want to live in the Galactic Empire, why don't you go to Dagobah or Tatooine? Support the empire! And this is Walter Matheson. What do you think about it? Walter Matheson is a weird mother. All I can tell you is this is the immigrants, threw a bomb over his face.
This so-called Jewish state is a fraud. It's not a Jewish state, it's a Zionist occupation. When they made the state, you can see, this is David Ben-Gurion reading the Declaration of Independence. They're rebelling against God. They're not even covering their heads. As you see, every Jewish male is required to have a covering on their head. And here they're making a so-called Jewish state. At this historical moment, they didn't even deign to at least to make themselves appear as some representative of Judaism.
The Hasidic community is split on the question of Zionism and on the question of Israel. Because, some of them say that according to Scripture, God will bring the Jewish people back to Palestine. And this is forcing God's hand. And this is something you don't do. You don't tell God what to do. So fundamentally, we don't go to Palestine, we don't go to Israel, we don't build a state in Palestine or Israel, we don't try to force God's hand.
Jews and Muslims lived together for hundreds and hundreds of years, although we have a distinctly different religion. It was never an impediment to coexistence.
I don't really like the word use Palestinians because Palestinians is just an ideology. But let's just use the word Palestinians. They were offered 5 times to have their own land, a 2-state solution. They rejected it every time.
What would you say to people who just believe that U.S. taxpayer dollars should not be contributing to a war in the Middle East?
I say tough luck. Unfortunately, civilians are always going to die in war, and they are going to be collateral damage, whether it's going to be on the Israeli side or the Gaza side. Iran, Lebanon, the Houthis, and Gaza, they're all been shooting rockets indiscriminately into Israeli airspace, where it lands, wherever it lands, they don't care. They've been screaming, boom, boom, Tel Aviv. So, what are these people any different?
All right, that's enough from the Americans. Back to Palestine. After scoping out the synagogue service, we decided it was time to leave and link back up with our guide. As we returned to the central market, I began to see the few Palestinian shops that remained start to close their windows and put away their wares. What already felt like a ghost town was getting even more desolate.
So that is the IDF or iOS behind me. They're pushing people out of the way so that settlers can walk through. So for those who don't know, can you tell me your name and where you're from?
My name is John. I'm from Dallas, Texas, in the United States.
What brings you out here today?
I was just tired of sitting on my hands and not doing enough to help the Palestinian cause.
And what specifically is happening right now?
Right now, what we can see down the street here is what we call the incursion or the invasion. Every Saturday, the military closes down all the shops. They force the Palestinians to close their shops, and they are escorting young settlers throughout the city.
So you have about 50 to 75 settlers behind 4 to 5 security guards, or specifically 15 members of the military. They're going to walk them through the streets. So you have the army telling people to get back, guns and stuff, and let them do their thing, or sounds good.
Take it all. Fridges and dishwashers, couches, mattresses, same-day notice or 3 weeks in advance.
It's good to know you're like making a difference. Instead of just throwing this stuff in the dirt, you're actually making sure it goes where it needs to go.
All you have to do is point.
Book online today. 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Frontier's 100% fiber internet, powered by the speed of light, made for doing. And now get this amazing deal before it's gone. Switch to ultra-fast, reliable, 100% fiber internet. Frontier Fiber. Good to go.
So that's what we explain here, Ron, that you can come and visit Palestine, but if you want to understand the occupation, apartheid, and silent ethnic cleansing, you should come and visit Hebron, because this is the city that provides you with the actual feeling of what an apartheid means, what a violation for any human right. You can see it and live it here on a daily basis.
With everything going on here, it's hard not to be curious about what the Palestinians plan on doing to fight back.
Do you think there's any possibility of a real armed resistance growing here in the West Bank?
طبيعي ما هو بكفر الضغط شو بسوي ولا تفجير هذا احنا يعني هم متوقعينه هم عارفين انه رايح هذا حيصير تضغطني ما بشوف بسوي لك لا بدي دفع عن حالي لا بدي اموت
idealist in me, I began wondering whether a single state solution with everyone with the same rights might be possible. Like, that seemed in a way more realistic, but maybe not. I mean, maybe that's naive. I mean, it does have, Belgium is essentially a state with two separate and distinct national identities, like the Walloons and the Flemings. I mean, that would be the future for Ireland, I would have thought. Like, it's a single state encompassing the whole of the island of Ireland. So is that really, I mean, it's, in a sense, it's way above my pay grade, and I sort of focus on where I see kind of organized irrationality or organized, like, predation and violence. It is a hard one to crack.
Despite the objectively bleak situation, and in the absence of a clear path forward, most Palestinians are firm in the belief that eventually freedom will come.
For sure it's gonna happen. One day it will be a state of Palestine without occupation.
So you have hope for the future as far as Palestinian sovereignty and statehood?
هذا مجبور، هذا مفروض، هذا ما في إلا تكون، إلا بالآخر إلا تكون في مجال، إلا تكون يعني رضوا ما رضوش هذا إجباري بده يكون يعني.
After seeing urbanized segregation in Hebron, I wanted to visit the rural front lines of settler conflict, to a village somewhere outside the urban core, where Arab Bedouins were subject to the kind of attacks that I'd seen through a great deal of user-generated content on social media. So we hopped back in the car with Musa and drove even further south, to the villages of Masafriyata, most notably featured in the award-winning documentary No Other Land. Our plan was to meet a local official and get a full tour of the village on the front line of this horrible conflict. If you'd like to see this coverage and support us while doing it, and also if you want to see the full 2-hour sit-down with Louis Theroux, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. If I had it my way, everything would be free. But hiring fixers, renting equipment, traveling across the world and fighting lawsuits against powerful people is very, very expensive and time-consuming. So we need your support. Channel 5, as mentioned, is a totally independent crowdfunded newsroom. We can only make money 3 ways: merchandise, limited ad rates, and of course, Patreon, where a sizable army of real ones pay $5 a month to get access to an entire catalog of uncensored, early exclusive, and crazy-ass content. So if you want to support us and see more, again, it's www.patreon.com/channel5. I'm going to put the link in the pinned comment and description box of this video. Have a great day.
The authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers. 5 is the best number.
My countenance is already thinking of you.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have 5 films on there right now. Film number 1, The Art of Protest, made by the homies over at Indecline, who we interviewed a few months back. Film 2, Rat Film by Theo Anthony, set in Baltimore, investigates the lives and times of the rodent population through the eyes of the people who love the rats of Baltimore, study the rats of Baltimore, or are paid to execute and trap the rodents of Charm City. Documentary number 3, Star Cash by Haley Garrigus, an amazing Wall Street documentary that follows
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. For the right
right diagnosis and life-saving treatment plan, choose Moffitt first. Moffitt, a cancer center like no other.
The PetSmart app has powerful features to help you care for your pet. We also have Store with human-powered grooming technology. Talk about cutting edge. Book in app, groom in store. PetSmart, anything for pets.
The speed at which light comes out of this stationary created particle, and it's the speed of light. Then we can measure what the speed is of it coming out of something that's moving, and it's still the speed of light. So that is an actual measurement, but that is not something that was possible in Einstein's day, but it is now.
Just to take a small tangent, how weird is it, in the full ranking of weirdness that is physics, how weird is it that there's that speed limit of this speed of light?
Well, I have to tell you, when I first encountered this, it's pretty freaking weird. It's like pegs the weird meter. But as you become more familiar with it, as you become more comfortable with the idea, the thing to remember is the speed of light. It's the speed of light through space-time. Once you embrace that, that makes a whole ton of sense. It all of a sudden makes everything fall much more into place. I think that there is an ultimate speed isn't that shocking. It just simply says that it's a property of space in the same way that there is, space can transmit a certain strength electric field. It can support a certain things. Whatever space is, and we don't know what space is, but whatever it is, it has the capability of transmitting these things at that one speed through space or time, and everything else comes from our insisting that we keep space and time different. That's how I view it, and at least for me, that once I accepted that, it all became very comfortable.
So the nature of my question actually here that will apply over and over is trying to empathize, trying to put ourselves in the shoes of the people before space and time are unified into space-time, and really experience and think through how difficult of a leap is that. Huge. The reason I sort of say that is we are now in the modern day, in the 21st century, and of course we're going to have to make leaps like that in our future. So what are the unifications we're not seeing in front of our eyes? So for example, there's so many examples through your work, through your lectures, of Paul Dirac taking antimatter seriously, looking at what the math shows and saying, I really think this thing exists.
Right.
I mean, it just sounds insane.
It does.
So I think this is a good warm-up. The space-time unification is a good warm-up as we march through the 20th century, because it gets, in my view at least, weirder and weirder, even with Einstein himself.
Well, let me give you an even more basic example. Sodium and chloride. Sodium is an explosive metal. You put it in water, and it's kind of neat. You put it in water, and it doesn't quite explode, but it gets hot, and it pops around. Chlorine, it's a gas. It's going to kill you. So these two things are deadly. They're awful. And yet, when you mix them, you put it on your food at night, salt, right? And so this is a case where this whole A, unification, and B, this deeper understanding, in this case of chemistry, of how two things that are dangerous can be brought together and turned into something not only innocuous, but necessary for human life. And so this is not unusual, what you're describing. I mean, when you think about it, forget about everything else, just the fact that, we tell little kids, that the world is made of atoms. Now, that's crazy. Most people have never seen atoms, and yet nobody really doubts it anymore. And I think it's just a case of familiarity, and then culture slowly accepts it, and it's real, even without the evidence. In fact, one of the courses you described there, how we know what we know, I think that's a valid question. How do we know there are atoms? And of course, there are ways we do.
And by the way, on that front, I would love to go through how we know the building blocks of the universe as we march towards quarks. That, in the course that you mentioned, is one of the most fascinating things of this philosophy of atoms being around for a very long time. And then you concretize and you actually can prove or have strong observations observations that indicate that there is atoms, and then there is a nucleus, there is electrons, there is photons, there is quarks, and I mean, they get weirder and weirder, and now we're facing the mystery, is there building blocks even smaller than that? But anyway, Einstein, turns out, didn't just do special relativity. By the way, I really think he deserves 3 Nobel Prizes. He got it for photoelectric effect. The fact that he didn't get it for general relativity is a crowd against humanity. I don't understand. Obviously, he should have gotten it for general relativity and special relativity. I mean, I think special relativity is separate for general relativity as far as Nobel Prizes go. So, general relativity is another unification.
Yes, that's right. What Einstein realized was that if you were in a rocket ship and the rocket ship was a very quiet rocket ship and it was accelerating, you would feel like you were experiencing gravity. And so, as you say, it's one of his happiest moments when he realized that acceleration and gravity feel very much the same. Impressed by is that idea, which is already a pretty neat idea, somehow led him to take his space-time idea, take this acceleration gravity idea, and realize that he could describe gravity as the bending of space-time. Space-time being constant, like east-west, north-south, that's already hard enough. But now he's saying, well, you know, take your map and crinkle it and bend it and so forth, and that's gravity. That is a staggering, mind-blowing idea.
I guess, I wonder if you can comment on what do you think is the idea generation process that leads to that. So we probably, in Einstein's case, has to start with what if gravity is itself space-time geometry? You have to have a thought like that, right?
Yes, I think so. There's a lot about science. There's, of course, knowing what went before. There is knowing the mathematics that allows you to figure out the implications of your theory. There is the discipline to argue with yourself and other people because most ideas are wrong. But then there's what you just described, that intuitive spark. And that is something that is very, very difficult to create. There's a reason that we venerate these people, is because it is an unusual feature, and most people only have that aha moment once in their lifetime, if they have it at all. And then there's a tricky business, because I'm sure you do, and I get a lot of letters from creative thinkers who don't have all of the history and the mathematical discipline and the self-critique that's necessary. And so they come up with these ideas, and often it's easy to see where they just don't play out. So in order to be that person who changes the way we see the world, ideas themselves are not enough. These creative ideas, that's not enough. You need it with the discipline and the critique, and it's that amalgam of those things that make you a genius that history remembers.
But it's hard to know. In a field of people you might be tempted to call crazy, there could be geniuses there, and it's hard to know which is which. We should mention that Einstein himself couldn't see the genius in quantum mechanics initially. Couldn't see the correctness, I should say. So he could see the insanity of gravity bending space-time. Quantum mechanics was too weird for Einstein.
In all fairness, it's weird for me too. But the thing is, even while that is true, and Einstein maybe spent the last few years of his life trying to to blend electricity, magnetism, gravity in a single thing, and he was unsuccessful. But he still was a very, very valuable critic of quantum mechanics. It's not that he didn't understand it, because he did understand it. He thought about the implications and all this quantum entanglement business, no, not all of it, but he was responsible for saying, well, if you're right, then this. And of course, then people went out and found out that Einstein's implication of quantum mechanics was real, and so they could say, see, quantum mechanics is real. So, you know, he was thinking deeply about it, and he was doing exactly that thing I said. There's that spark idea, but there's that critique idea. And if you're able to critique an idea, you might kill it. And that is, it's always depressing when I have this brilliant idea and it gets killed, but it's better to be killed than to keep it around and waste time on it. And so he was, in that case, not generating the aha. What he was saying is, all right, let's take your aha, let's see it's right. What does it mean? It means this, and that allows people to go test it. And so he was contributing very crucially to that other part of scientific advancement, which is not just the aha moment, but the beat it to death, test it, critique it, and make sure it's real. And it's only after all of that has been done that you really are sure you're right. And that's why science is such a powerful tool. It is that combative, just downright kind of jerky critique that most people don't like. They don't like people saying, your ideas, might be wrong. But it is crucial. It is a crucial part of the scientific process.
Plus, there's that quote on the other side of it that I've heard you mention, which is, I believe your idea is crazy, but is it crazy enough? Was it Niels Bohr?
Yes, we all agree that your idea is crazy, but is it crazy enough?
And there is some degree of taking those leaps of crazy, but it has to be backed with rigor.
Right.
And the unifications continue as we take steps towards the Standard Model, which is such an incredible part of physics in the 20th century. So can you describe that unification?
So, we're sort of jumping forward here now to the 1930s or thereabout. And by that time, people had realized that there are 4 distinct forces that do not seem to be connected. One is gravity, 2 is electromagnetism, and those are things people are relatively familiar with. But there are 2 other forces that only have any real importance inside the nucleus of atoms, which is why most people have no experience with them. One is the strong nuclear force, which holds the nucleus of the atoms together, and the other one is what we call the weak nuclear force, which is responsible for some types of radioactivity. And since most people don't play around with nuclei, and most people don't play around with radioactivity, they don't know what that is. But by the 30s, scientists had done enough experiments, done enough theorizing to say that there were these 4 forces. And that was already a triumph. I mean, in our goal for a theory of everything, we'd like to think that there is one force, which is what we're talking about, the unification. Maybe these 4 forces are just different ways of looking at a single underlying force. But in the 30s, that's where we were. There were the 4 forces.
Finding an affordable place to live is harder than ever. High credit score requirements, big deposits, and long leases make it tough. PadSplit helps you rent a furnished room in a shared home with utilities and Wi-Fi included for as low as $133 a week. No minimum credit score, no deposit, instant approvals, and flexible terms. With the money our residents save, they've paid off debt, bought a car, and even moved into their own place. Find your room today at padsplit.com. PadSplit. It's time to rent smarter.
69% of Americans don't understand what this word means. See, compounding is when the money your money makes starts making money too. Hard to picture? That's why we built the Acorns Potential Screen. When you start investing with Acorns, the potential screen shows you how your money can grow over time. You can switch your contributions, turn on roundups, or even make a one-time deposit right there. Download the Acorns app to start investing in your potential today.
So we move ahead, and in the late 50s and early 60s, some people were thinking that maybe the weak nuclear force and electromagnetism actually were the same. So they were working on trying to bring together these two forces to show that they're connected. And it came true. They were able to show that electricity and magnetism were actually two different facets of a single force that we now call the electroweak force. Now, the story that you're told in articles about this, about what people have called the Higgs boson or the God particle, the story is very, very simplified, because in 1964, there were three groups with 6 individuals who came up with important papers talking about what's called the Higgs field. And I'll get to what that is in a minute, but the Higgs field is important. But it wasn't until 1967, so 3 years later, that Steven Weinberg and some others actually unified electromagnetism and the weak force.
Sheldon Glashow, Abdus and Steven Weinberg successfully unified electromagnetism and a weak nuclear force, that showing that at high energies, these two forces were merged into a single electroweak force.
Right, and that was in 67. Right? Everybody talks about this thing happening in 64, but it really wasn't. It happened over quite a few years, actually. But, all right, so now what you said is true. So Weinberg, Glashow, and Salam showed that electromagnetism and the weak force at high energies were the same. There was a problem, however, and the problem is that electromagnetism has an infinite range, and we know that because we can see stars that are millions of light years away. I mean, that shows you that the range of that force is essentially infinite. The weak force, however, basically becomes non-existent on distances much smaller than the size of a proton. So that, just say, oh, they're the same, and yet one can reach across the universe and one can't reach out of an atom. Well, that's just dumb. I mean, the obvious thought here is, well, we just proved that whole idea is stupid, so throw it away. Ridiculous. And that is where these ideas from 1964 came in and saved the day. So how can it be true that the electroweak force is real and electromagnetism and the weak force act so differently? The way that could happen is if these forces were transmitted by a particle moving from one subatomic particle to the other. In the case of electromagnetism, it's the photon. In the case of the weak force, we call them now the W and Z particles. So the idea is that Higgs and his colleagues came up with is saying, all right, the electroweak force is real. The way we make it so that there is now an electromagnetic force and a weak force is the force-carrying particle of electromagnetism has no mass. The force-carrying particle of the weak force has a mass. And so what was done is a field was postulated, that there was this additional field that was kind of distinct from this electroweak field, and we call it the Higgs field. And the Higgs field permeates all of space. And here's the kicker, some particles interact with the field, and some particles don't interact with the field. The ones that interact with the field get mass, and the ones that don't interact with the field don't have mass. And so that's the idea, is that the Higgs field gives the weak force particles mass. However, the photon laughs at the Higgs field, doesn't see it, and it has no mass.
And I should say, here, go to Perplexity, the big picture view, the Higgs field is a quantum field that fills all of space and gives many elementary particles, just as you're saying, their mass through their interaction with it. The Higgs boson is the particle associated with ripples or excitation excitations of this field. In modern particle physics, every type of particle corresponds to a field that exists everywhere. The Higgs field is one such scalar field, meaning at each point in space it has a single numerical value rather than a direction. The Higgs field differs from most other fields because even in empty space, empty in quotes by the way, empty space, its average value is not zero. This non-zero vacuum value is what enable it to endow particles with mass.
Right. So let's talk about something a little more familiar, just to try and hang some intuition on those words. All right, so right in front of us, there is a gravitational field. Now, you can't see it, but right there, check it out.
Yep.
If I were to take something, a pen or whatever, and put it there, it feels a force and it falls. Very insightful, I know. So we have the gravity field, and we have the pen that has a mass, and the mass and the gravity field interact, and it drops. Now, if we had another...
I have object for you.
Right, so
demonstration purposes.
Performance art. Here we go.
Great.
This thing has mass, and we drop it. How remarkable. It falls. But when we step back and think about what really happens, it's the mass of this thing and the interaction with this invisible field we see here. That's what gives this weight. Now, I have this particle here that you can't see, but it's there. It has no mass. And I leave it there. Well, since it has no mass, it doesn't feel gravity. It's still floating there. And that is really all the Higgs field is. Some particles have effectively what you could call the Higgs charge that interacts and sees the field, and other particles don't. And that is really what you read just basically means. Now, it's kind of neat because in the ordinary day, there is a Higgs field right there, and the Higgs field is not zero, just like gravity is not zero, and things will get mass. But at super high energies, the Higgs field, the strength of the Higgs field goes to zero. So whether things have mass, or whether they have a Higgs charge or not, they have no charge, or they have Higgs charge, Higgs field zero, they don't interact, it has no mass. So that's kind of what Weinberg and Salama Glashow said, is at very high energies, the Higgs field is zero. Since the Higgs field is zero, the weak force particles don't feel mass, and therefore they can travel at the speed of light, just like the photon does, and everything's happy. Okay, you're good to go.
100% fiber internet. It's everything I need for my golf simulator.
Or a home office.
Get the upgrade you and your devices dream of. Switch to Frontier Fiber. Prices starting at $29.99 a month.
See what happens next on TikTok. Download now.
It is when the universe cooled down after the Big Bang. It was very hot, very high energy, nothing had mass. The universe cooled, and at a certain temperature, what happened is the Higgs field turned on. And at the moment it turned on, it gave mass to the weak force particles, did not give mass to the photons. So that's what we call electroweak symmetry breaking. So it's a mouthful. But all it says is there was a moment in time early in the history of the universe at 10 to the minus 12 seconds after the Big Bang, the Higgs field turned on and particles got mass. So that's the whole idea. So this is another really neat thing. So the electroweak symmetry theory doesn't need Higgs because that only really applies at very, very high energies. But in order to make it work at low energies, you need to fix the theory. And you need to fix the theory by effectively putting a Band-Aid on the theory. Higgs theory is just a Band-Aid on top of electroweak symmetry theory. And that is the Band-Aid that fixes it because it gives mass to particles at low energy.
Well, how does then this Band-Aid, the field, and the Higgs boson come into play on the experimental front, on the evidence discovery front? So what is this Higgs boson?
Okay, excellent. So we've never seen the Higgs field. The Higgs field is a hypothetical, theoretical thing. But most of our fields. We've never seen the electromagnetic field. We've never seen the gravity field. We've seen the effect of the field. And so all of these theories are now what we call quantum field theories. And that's the whole idea of quantum fields. If you have a quantum field, but that field can vibrate like a drum head. And so it doesn't vibrate just exactly like a drum head, but it vibrates locally. So you can have specific localized vibrations. And those specific localized vibrations are the particles. In the electromagnetic field, the vibration is the photon. In the Higgs field, the vibration is the Higgs boson. And so what we can do is not see the field, but we can actually excite the field, make it vibrate, and detect the vibrations. So the Higgs boson idea was predicted in 64. It became useful in 67. And then scientists started looking for it. So in the early 2000s, people were starting to think that we had built particle accelerators more powerful enough to actually be able to create these vibrations and detect them. So the accelerator that was working at the time was a large particle accelerator outside Chicago at Fermilab called the Tevatron.
Hey, I made it to bronze. Let's go. Hey, I'm finally back in bronze, dude. Let's freaking go. Heck yeah. Yeah, let's get this thing climbing. Wait until mid, see if Mid's gonna play this.
My countermeasures are ready, even if you are not.
Not afraid to lock in yearly. And they get a Ramus, so what? I play around it. Let's say, don't I have a project ready to go? This is a cool skin. Silas Jungle? I beat that for sure, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't see anything on their team that's gonna stop me. Charger up. I actually turn on my in-game view this time.
Minions have spawned.
Fighting first, let's go this.
Death has marked our enemies. Let us show them.
countermeasures are ready, even if you are not. My countermeasures are ready, even if you are not. My countermeasures are ready, even if you are not. countermeasures are ready, even if you are not.
How do I know when to cut and how long do I cut for? It's very dependent on what your goals are. But in my opinion, when you start to lose your abs, you might be at the point of a bulk where you're starting to plateau and you need to cut down, fix your sensitivity, your metabolism, your digestion, a lot of things that are better off in a cut. But when you get to that point where you don't really like how your body looks, you're kind of fatter than you want to be, or you just want to be leaner because it's personal preference, then you can start a cut. Cuts can really go as long as you want, depending on how you do it. If it's like really punch in the face shred and you're like 2% body fat, that's aggressive. So 10% body fat over an extended period of time will start to affect your hormones, so you don't really want to do that for longer than like 3 to 4 months. But if you're just like getting shredded, going back and forth, but having you're consistently fueling your body and you're continuously making progress in the gym, you can keep going. Don't stress about going too long unless you're like sacrificing in the gym and you're starting to lose all your gains. How do I know when to cut and how long do I cut for? It's very dependent on what.
I'm interested, and I'm sure a lot of other people are, in how quickly an Olympia level physique.
Wait, you don't write anything down after conversations?
This is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of a button, it records and creates organized notes based on your conversations. I use it at work, at the doctor's, and when I'm out and about. I could use an app, but this, it's effortless. Pocket does things no other app can do. Inside, it has a context mic. So when I snap it to the back of my phone, you can listen to both sides.
It is with the universe cooled down after the Big Bang. It was very hot, very high energy, nothing had mass. The universe cooled, and at a certain temperature, what happened is the Higgs field turned on. And at the moment it turned on, it gave mass to the weak force particles, did not give mass to the photons. So that's what we call electroweak symmetry breaking. So it's a mouthful. But all it says is there was a moment in time early in the history of the universe at 10 to the minus 12 seconds after the Big Bang, the Higgs field turned on and particles got mass. So that's the whole idea. So this is another really neat thing. So the electroweak symmetry theory doesn't need Higgs because that only really applies at very, very high energies. But in order to make it work at low energies, you need to fix the theory. And you need to fix the theory by effectively putting a band-aid on the theory. Higgs theory is just a band-aid on top of electroweak symmetry theory. And that is the band-aid that fixes it because it gives mass to particles at low energy.
Well, how does then this band-aid, the field, and the Higgs boson come into play on the experimental front, on the evidence discovery front? So what is this Higgs boson?
Okay, excellent. So we've never seen the Higgs field. Higgs field is a hypothetical, theoretical thing. But that is true of most of our fields. We've never seen the electromagnetic field. We've never seen the gravity field. We've seen the effect of the field. And so all of these theories are now what we call quantum field theories. And that the whole idea of quantum fields, if you have a quantum field, what that field can vibrate like a drum head. And so it doesn't vibrate just exactly like a drum head, but it vibrates locally. So you can have specific localized vibrations. And those specific localized vibrations are the particles. In the electromagnetic field, the vibration is a photon. In the Higgs field, the vibration is the Higgs boson. And so what we can do is not see the field, but we can actually excite the field, make it vibrate, and detect the vibrations. So the Higgs boson idea was predicted in 64, it became useful in 67, and then the scientists started looking for it. So in the early 2000s, antimatter protons at near the speed of light and very high energy. And that was the accelerator at which the top quark was discovered in 95. But we had upgraded our apparatus. We had 10 times the number of collisions per second. We had slightly more energy. And we were banging the protons and the antimatter protons together, hoping that we would actually find the Higgs boson.
Can you actually back up a little bit and look at the bigger picture? So Fermilab has this legendary accelerator that there's also a personal story with you connected to it, because I mean there's a million questions I want to ask you. I'll ask you about some aspect of that. So this idea of an accelerator, the design and the physics of an accelerator, how is that productive for understanding and discovering different aspects of particle physics?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I mean, this is fascinating. All right, everybody has heard Einstein's equation E equals mc squared. Nobody knows what it means. Maybe they heard that energy equals mass, and mass equals energy. I don't know, But they heard the equation, the most famous equation in all of science. But buried inside that equation is a really thoroughly fascinating concept that energy and matter are equivalent. And you can, in fact, convert movement energy into mass. And so this is something that we've known for a long time. This was predicted back in basically 1928, so a long time ago, actually almost 100 years ago. And it is not in the slightest bit controversial. We can do this all the time. So the simplest thing is to take two particles that have no structure. So, the closest thing you can have to BBs that are just true mathematical BBs. If you smash those two things together, it's coming in with a huge amount of energy from one direction, a huge amount of energy from the other direction. The directions cancel, so the net momentum, the net energy of this has no motion. So you have these two things coming in with a exactly balanced energy, and if they collide, they could stop. Well, that energy has to go somewhere, and that energy can literally create mass, create particles. Now, there are special rules about what happens if you have two things coming together and it creates a particle. It has to create an antimatter particle to balance it. That's just kind of the rules of the laws of nature. Why is that the case? Well, we have some ideas, but in many respects the answer is because those are the laws of the universe, and that's the things that we try to understand. But this is absolutely true. So what particle accelerators do, among other things, is simply transform energy into particles. And so basically any particle that doesn't exist in nature we can make in this way. You can make the antimatter electron by taking two particles, smashing them together. The energy sits there and it will make an electron and an antimatter electron, and it just does. And we know that. The antimatter electron was discovered in 1932. This is all pretty easy. The antimatter proton was discovered in 1955 at the Berkeley Bevatron. And so this is just what you do. You can convert energy into a matter-antimatter particle. Now, the converse goes true, and that's something we might talk about. You can take matter and antimatter and bring it together, and it'll make energy. It's the process can go both ways. Energy can make matter and antimatter. Matter and antimatter can make energy. And this is just true. We do it all the time. There's no question that this is the case.
And we should also mention that this is the reason why Fermilab had a nice stash of antimatter particles. So as a side effect, you can also collect antimatter in this kind of way.
Sure.
You can produce antimatter, but it's extremely costly.
Very, very costly. In order, at the Fermilab machine, we would have to smash 100,000 protons into something to make one antimatter proton. So, I mean, it took some...
Here's 5 reasons why you should log into your old Clash account. Number 1, while you've been away, your base auto-upgraded itself for however...
Is there some extremely precise recipe of being able to produce particular kinds of particles and all this kind of stuff when you smash two things together? Is there how can you control accurately which kind of particles you're trying to produce?
If you want to make antimatter electrons, you smash together energy at a certain... it's just easier with electrons because the electrons, to the best of our knowledge, have nothing inside them. So they're simple. They have a certain mass, and that's that. So if you smash particles together with the right energy, you can make them very, very easily because you can, it's like a old style radio back in the day where you had to dial it in. You could get right on the station and you could hear the signal, and if you were off a little, it didn't work. The problem for things like protons and so forth is they're not point-like particles. They're kind of like garbage cans full of stuff, and so it's very difficult to make antimatter protons. Now, you can get more of them by increasing the energy at which you collide two particles together. If you're at below a certain energy, and you collide, say you collide two protons together at kind of low energy, you just don't have enough energy to make an antiproton. And so it doesn't happen. You get to a certain energy, and you can just barely make them. The more energy you collide them together, the more you make. So that is just sort of how it works. More is better.
And then with CERN, if you compare it to maybe CERN and Fermilab, go to complexity here. CERN's accelerator, the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, is the world's highest energy proton collider, while Fermilab's current and planned accelerators focus on intense proton beams for neutrino physics rather than pushing the absolute energy frontier. Absolute energy frontier meaning highest possible energy smashing of protons together.
Correct. So when we were talking about like accumulating antimatter,
yes,
all right, and so that is typically making antiprotons as opposed to making all particles in general. So let's focus on the antiproton side to begin with, all right? So Fermilab doesn't make antiprotons anymore. We stopped making them in 2011, and it's because we shut our big accelerator down to concentrate on a different facet of particle physics. However, at the time, we would smash protons with an energy of 120 GeV, and in that we would make antiprotons. So that's a ton of energy. It's true that the CERN accelerator, the big accelerator, is now much higher energy than the Fermilab accelerator was. No problem. But that's not how they make antiprotons. All of these big laboratories, it's not one accelerator. At Fermilab, there were 5 distinct accelerators, and it was basically like shifting an old standard car because you couldn't just go 0 to super speed in one accelerator. You had to go from one to another, getting higher and higher. At CERN, they use one of basically their second gear in their very big accelerator complex to make antimatter protons, and their accelerator is only 26 GeV compared to the 120 GeV at Fermilab. Fermilab's not operating, but when it was operating, it operated at an energy about 4 times higher than what CERN is doing now. And why is that? Well, it's because what CERN needs to do is to not make as many antiprotons as Fermilab did. They are doing a very different current experimental program. They're doing a fascinating experimental program, including trying to figure out, does anti-gravity fall up or down, which is kind of neat. And we sort of know the answer to that. That's separate. But anyways, so getting back to the antiproton business, well, Fermilab doesn't do it now. It was top dog. It's not anymore. The only really big antiproton accelerator creator is a small accelerator at CERN. Okay, so that's the antiproton thing, and if we get back to antimatter, we can talk about that, because that is way cool.
Yeah, so I go.
Now, the other side of your thing about making high-energy unknown particles, bigger is better. And it is true that the LHC is a very high-energy machine. It is about 7 times more powerful in terms of energy per collision. It is also about 100 times more collisions per second than the Fermilab machine. So it is true that the LHC can make bigger, heavier particles that the old Fermilab, the Tempestron, ever couldn't. And that is true. So if you want to look at high energy stuff, yeah, you go to CERN now, which is why many of my colleagues, including myself, once we had measured all of the sort of frontier measurements we thought we could make with the Fermilab accelerator, we saw this bigger, more powerful machine with 7 times the energy and 100 times more collisions per second. We said, heck yeah, let's go work on that. And to give you a sense of scale, the top quark, which is the heaviest particle ever discovered at Fermilab in 1995. There were two discovery papers, and the one on which I was a co-author, we had worked for a good chunk of between 6 months and a year of collecting collisions, and there were a lot of collisions. And our paper had 38 top quark candidates, 38. And we knew that half of them were crap, because when you make a detector like that, there's what you call background. So you have the background and the good stuff, and we know it was about 50-50. So we had maybe 19 top quarks after working for between 6 months and a year of collecting data. But now, at the LHC, we make a top quark every second. And that's what higher energy and more collisions per second will do for you. That extra energy, you're above threshold, you make a ton of them, and when you compare the 1995 Fermilab accelerator to the current CERN accelerator, it's probably 1,000 times of collisions per second. So it went from painstaking, pulling teeth to, now top quarks are background. We try to get rid of them. There's just too many of them. They get in the way of searching for the stuff we really want to search. They are like so 30 years ago.
By the way, is there something to be said about the kind of signal processing here? How you remove the noise, how you remove the background, how you determine which particle is which. There's probably some like incredible nuance there, even outside of the scope of this conversation.
So let me just throw some numbers out, all right? So at the CERN accelerator, when it's operating, the collisions occur at a prodigious rate. We get about 1 billion with a B collisions per second. Now, each one of those, that's what I said.
Wow.
Now, it turns out some of them are happening at the same time. So there's about, of order, 40 million moments in time per second where you would take a shot. Inside that moment, there might be 20 collisions. So that's why where we get to the billion.
Yeah, but can you individually pinpoint the collisions?
Sort of, to a degree. So the beams are, when people think of beams, they think of like laser beams, but that's not really what particle beams look like. Particle beams look like little tiny sticks of spaghetti, except they're much thinner. They're not as fat as a stick of spaghetti. And they're, at the LHC, different accelerators are different. They're about this long. And so you have one of them going one way, full of protons, and another one going the other way, full of protons, and they pass through each other. And as they pass through each other, you should think of this as like a swarm of bees, and this is like a swarm of bees. And mostly the bees pass through each other and don't do anything. But every so often, some of the bees hit nose on and stripes and wings and everything everywhere.
That's awesome.
And so as they collide through each other, one collision's here and one's here and one's here, and you can't tell too much side to side because the beams are really small. They're sort of the thickness of a human hair, but you can see along the direction. And they're, this is about the right size. And so we have detectors around them, and we can actually see, particles came from here and particles came from here, and that's amazing. All right. So at any one crossing, there's maybe 20 collisions. Now, most collisions are absolutely boring. They're boring because they exemplify physics that we know a great deal about already. We've tested it for decades. We know all about it. We don't care. I mean, it's kind of blasé that we can say, we're making 1 billion subatomic particles every second, but who cares? Because, but that's just the way of, frontier scientists. So what you need is to pick out the cool ones, the weird ones, the ones that nobody's seen before. And so what happens is these beams collide, and we surround the collision point with an enormous detector. There are two absolutely ginormous detectors at the LHC. One of them called CMS, which is the one I'm on, and the other one is called Atlas, which is the other one, and we don't speak of because they're both really amazing.
Okay, it's good to know that there's friendly competition even inside CERN. That's awesome.
I mean, the fact is they are both amazing, absolutely amazing detectors.
But CMS is just a little cooler than
yeah. I mean, extremely well, just not quite as well as we do.
Got it. Alright, so these two giant detectors.
Right, so, but one of them, our detector, the CMS detector, it's the small one. It is 70 feet long, 50 feet high, 50 feet wide. It's 5 stories tall, weighs 14,000 tons.
Small.
Yeah, small. Atlas experiment is 150 feet long, 80 feet across. It weighs only 7,000 tons, just a piece of cake. You could take the Atlas detector and you could put 4 of them on a soccer or football field, and it would fill the field up with just enough room on the sidelines for the cheerleaders and the water boy and the coaches and stuff. That's how big they are. So these are absolutely ginormous detectors, and basically they're cameras. And what they can do is they can take pictures 40 million times per second. Now, all the data comes streaming off that detector, and we can't record it all. It would just fill up all of our tapes, and it would be full of all these boring things we don't care about. So what we do is, as the beams pass through one another, we teach our detectors to say, we only want one where there are certain configurations that might be interesting, like there's gobs of energy in the detector, or there's a gob of energy on one side and nothing on the other side, or there's 4 gobs of energy, or whatever. These are called triggers. And so we have this fast electronics that take the 40 million possible pictures per second, and it says, you know, about 100,000 of those are really cool. We should think about them. And then it passes not all of the 40 million, but those 100,000 to the next level, which are commercial processors that have basically our final analysis code, but optimized to run very, very quickly. And what they do is they do a really quick and dirty analysis to say, to further refine what's good and what's not. And that computer farm then accepts about 1,000 collisions per second. And we record those for further analysis. So that's what's really happening. Of the 50 million possible collisions per second, the fast electronics and then the computers pick the 1,000. And then we pass those through analysis software and hand them to the graduate students, and they pick through them, looking and finding the handful that are the next Nobel Prize. So that's how that works. And that is truly astonishing. Hats off to the accelerator builders, the detector builders, the people who make the software work, the people who make the not gigabytes, not terabytes, but petabytes of data flow around the world seamlessly. It's really amazing. I'm very grateful.
So take me to July 4th, 2012, the discovery of Higgs boson.
So this is really fun because the people searching for the Higgs, it's a community, and the entire community knew that the LHC was coming online. So even though many of us had been working on the Fermilab accelerators, a lot of us were transitioning to the CERN accelerator. So we were in the very funny business of wearing our Fermilab detector people hats, trying desperately to find the Higgs boson at Fermilab, while simultaneously wearing our CERN hats, knowing that CERN was going to be able to find it if it existed. And so, we were a little neurotic, kind of wanted, our stuff to work. And there was an awful lot of people in both experiments.
Did you have a sense that one of the 2 places would be able to find the Higgs? First, did you think the Higgs boson existed? And second, did you think that these accelerators have the chance to find them?
So I was cognizant of the fact that the Higgs boson might not exist, but there was a lot of evidence pointing in the direction that it might be. I knew that both experiments, the Fermilab accelerator and the CERN accelerator, would either find or rule out the Higgs if it existed.
Rule out?
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, maybe the Higgs theory was wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Until you know it's there, it might be wrong. It's like dark matter. People talk about dark matter. It might not be real. I mean, it probably is, but it might not be.
So you knew at these energy levels you should be able to find these boson.
Yes. So that's the nice thing about this kind of physics, because there was a theory. That theory made predictions. Now, there were parameters in the theory we didn't know. If the mass was this, we get this thing. If the mass was this, we get this thing. But we could do the calculation for every conceivable Higgs mass. And so then we could search. Look, well, let's say the Higgs mass is 100 in some units. Did we see it there? then it's not 100. Well, let's look at 103. Is it there? No. So we could do that. Both accelerators could either find it or definitively rule out the predictions of simple Higgs theory. 100% guaranteed.
Paying someone to care for a disabled dependent? You might be able to save some money by claiming the Child Independent Care Credit. The Child Independent Care Credit is designed to help working taxpayers cover.
However, the CERN accelerator had 10 times the collisions per second and 3.5 times the energy. So remember when I said with the top quarks it was like 6 months for 19 versus 1 a second? There's no question, the writing is on the wall. The LHC was going to have an easier time of it if it was real. However, so, but, you know, I'm a Fermilab scientist, and we wanted Fermilab, Fermilab to win. Not, you know.
Yeah.
So we were busting our butt, and we had done what I said. We had ruled out this region. We had certain mass ranges. We knew it wasn't there, and we finally said if there was a Higgs boson, if it existed, which we didn't know at the time, its mass was somewhere between, if I recall, between like 120 and 145. All right, we ruled out all the other stuff. And so, wearing our CERN hat, we said, okay, we're going to find that. But we were really, really, really trying to do it. Now, if we had had another 2 years, or maybe 3 years of running the Fermi accelerator, Fermilab would have discovered or ruled out, or in this case, turning out discovered the Higgs boson because it's a real thing. We would have found it without a question. But we didn't have enough data in July of 2012. We needed a couple more years. Unfortunately, in 2008, or fortunately, the LHC had turned on. It broke. They had to fix it. Turned on again in 2010. It ran poorly in 2011. In 2012, they pushed up their sleeves and said, let's do this. And it turned on. And so, you know, there was this, the Fermilab knew if it didn't have it now, it wasn't, it was too late. Anyways, 2012 rolls around, and like 2 days before the announcement at CERN was July 4th. So 2 days before that, Fermilab made a measurement and said, we can rule out certain regions, but certain regions we can't rule out. But what we know, and this is important, if the Higgs boson exists, it must be in this region for which we are not capable yet of ruling out. So that's where we were 2 days before the LHC said, we got it. It was July 4th, 2012.
So detecting the Higgs boson confirmed the existence of the Higgs field, the mechanism through which fundamental particles like electrons and quarks acquire mass in the Standard Model.
Correct. Although, let's be very specific of what we did then. We found a particle consistent with the existence of the Higgs boson. There were alternative theories at the time that predicted not one, but multiple Higgs bosons. So there's a theory called supersymmetry, which said that there was not one, but 5 Higgs bosons. The standard original 1964 Higgs theory says there were 1. And so all we really knew at the time was we found a theory. We did not necessarily confirm that Higgs was right. We found data that said that it looked like Higgs was right, but until we ran for longer, we were unable to rule out other alternative theories. So that's the deal. Now, in the fullness of time, it is, after all, 14 years now later, we have been able to basically rule out some of those other things. And by now, we have validated things. We found the mass of the particle. We know the spin of the Higgs boson. It has a spin of 0. We have discovered the Higgs boson decays. It preferentially decays into the heaviest particles it can through energy conservation. Can't decay the top quarks. It's too light to decay into top quarks, but it can decay into bottom quarks. It can decay into W and Z particles. Can decay into a weird way into photons. And we have looked for all of the hypothesized decays of the original Higgs theory, and we have validated that it decays in those ways at the rates that theory predicted. And so now, in the fullness of time, I'm pretty comfortable saying Peter Higgs and Robert Brown and Francois Englert and his colleagues, they were right back in the 60s. But we weren't sure on July 4th. All we knew is we found a particle consistent. But the thing is, with these discoveries, they're often just barely discoveries. It takes a while to go and do the more complex, detailed measurements, and that's what we've done.
So at the time, I remember it being called, referred to as the God particle. You also had a minor in theology, so throwing that all together, so calling it the God particle is speaking to the importance, the potential importance of discovering this particle. Do you think that is in some degree justified? Like if we look at the big impact of it on the history of physics, how important was it to find and show that the Higgs field is real?
Well, I don't think it is as important as, for instance, some of Einstein's stuff. I mean, it's an important prediction. Like the prediction of quarks was very important and interesting in validating this. The Higgs was kind of like validating that quarks existed. It's an important stepping stone, and I do not wish to denigrate it in any way, but there's ones that change the way we thought about the world, like Einstein did. It wasn't that sort of thing. And there is a funny story. So the reason they call it the God particle was a book by Leon Letterman. And if you read his book, he says, well, you know, we call it the God particle, but we should call it the goddamn particle because it's been causing us so much trouble trying to find it. And Leon ran Fermilab, and he wrote a foreword for one of my books. And you know, I talked to him. He was a really funny guy. And the real truth was, the book was called The God Particle because his publisher thought it would sell more copies. but you know, then that got into the mindset of the reporters and so forth, and we called it the God Particle. Leon never really thought of it as anything to do with religious or even. I mean, he was an incredible jokester. The goddamn particle.
It is a really important part of our model of the universe.
It is.
That there's this field that it gives mass to some particles and others.
Right. It's a huge thing, but it was part of the Standard Model. The Standard Model had known forces, it had known particles, it had all that. The Higgs boson, the one thing that is true is it was the last unvalidated piece of the Standard Model. The Standard Model does not answer all questions, which is why we have unanswered questions in physics, but it was a punctuation point, end of about 50 years of discovery and searching, where we finally were able to say the Standard Model, while incomplete, it's mostly right as far as it goes.
Quick 10-second thank you to our sponsors. Check them out in the description. It really is the best way to support this podcast. Go to lexfreeman.com/.
If your paycheck feels full but shrinks fast, this is the app to save you hundreds. Rocket Money shows you all your spending and subscriptions in one place. My favorite part, if you see a subscription you no longer want, you can cancel it right from the app without calling customer service. Genius. It found me a duplicate subscription I was paying $47 a month for. It's okay, because I canceled the extra one with just a few taps. They even tried to give me a refund for some of that lost money. The app also helps you build a budget based on your spending habits and alerts you when you're overspending, so you can see exactly where your money's going and make changes before it adds up. If you're a visual person like me, you'll love this little calendar. It shows you exactly what's coming and when, so you can decide right there if you want to keep a subscription or cancel it before it hits. Because if you can't see it, you can't fix it. You will be shocked to see how much money you're wasting. Download Rocket Money for free and see how you can save.
And now, dear friends, back to my conversation with Don Lincoln. We did a whirlwind tour of the history of physics and took a little tangent on this incredible discovery of the Higgs boson. But we didn't go all the way yet. There's this dream of the grand unified theory, the gut, that is a step towards the toe, theory of everything. So can we talk about the gut first? So what's entailed in the gut?
So the gut is short for Grand Unified Theory. We talked about that there were four known subatomic forces: the electromagnetic force, gravity, the strong force, and the weak force. And electroweak symmetry unification merged the weak force and electromagnetism into the electroweak force. So what gut hopes to do is to merge the electroweak force and the strong force into one grand unified force. Now that leaves gravity outside because gravity is seemingly fundamentally significantly different. Then subsequently, it is hoped that a higher energy we will be able to blend the theory of everything together with all of the known subatomic forces, the strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces, and then gravity. But so as you say, gut is sort of a way station along the way. That's the goal. And at this point, I would have to say that I do not see a fast progress in the immediate future. I think we're a ways away from that at this point.
You mean on the gravity front?
Maybe we'll come up with something really cool. We certainly had some ideas back in the early 80s that we tested, and they didn't pan out.
Speaking of which, string theory is the thing you're referring to. So string theory posits that particles are tiny vibrating strings, and by tiny we mean extremely tiny at the scale of a Planck length. Then there's other leading candidates like the loop for quantum gravity. Maybe there's some alternate theories in the works. So can you linger on that a little bit more? Do you think a theory of everything exists?
So I hold personally that there are rules that govern matter and energy, space, time, and they probably are rules that I don't know. There are probably phenomena I'm not aware of. But I do believe that there is a rule that governs reality. And so in that sense, once we understand the rules that govern reality, the fundamental rules, that would be a theory of everything. You know, there are things that are unknowable, like, for instance, inside black holes, we don't know what's inside there, but that doesn't mean that there's not something inside there. So there's a distinction between what we can know and truth. So I do believe that there are the rules. And I do believe that with sufficient time, technology, effort, we will be able to figure this all out. Now, this isn't a thing in my lifetime. It's not a thing in my grandchildren's lifetime or even their grandchildren's lifetime.
Well, that's a pretty strong statement, right? That's a pretty strong statement saying we're 50 to 100 years out from finding a theory of everything.
It took 200 years to go from unifying gravity to unifying electromagnetism. It took 100 years to go from unifying electromagnetism to unifying the electroweak force. Now you could say, well, gee, that's went from 200 to 100, so it's getting faster. But it's also getting harder because the unification scale is of order 10 to the 15, which we can do the math. That's a quadrillion times higher than the highest energy accelerator we can build today. And it was one thing to, you know, we are reaching diminishing returns. We get something like a factor of 7 increase in particle accelerator energy every 20 years. And so we have to get to a quadrillion times. Now, you know, if you really did believe a factor of 7 every 20 years, then we're talking like 500 years. But, you know, this is like Moore's Law, that it doesn't continue forever. We're not going to every 20 years get another factor of 7. So yes, I think it's a very long time. That's my prediction. You know, some people are far more optimistic, and we can talk about that.
We should also actually mention that I guess your intuition behind that is not just the part where you come up with a theory that's beautiful and seems to be internally consistent. You have to have a theory that's making falsifiable, testable prediction.
Correct.
And you have to have a feasible engineering construction methodology for creating an experiment that tests that prediction. So I think a lot of your 50, 100, 200 years from now, intuition is maybe about the second part of that, which is like you need to have an experiment.
Yes, but, you know, let's say, I mean, you alluded to superstrings. I haven't answered that question. I'll table that for a moment. Superstrings is a fascinating idea. I don't believe it, but I love it. I hope it's true. And there's a real, you know, aphorism, and it says you should absolutely never believe what you think. So even if you think superstrings is true, you shouldn't believe it because it hasn't been tested. Now, let's say superstring is correct. I mean, hypothesis, it's correct, 100% correct. I don't know it's correct, so I don't care. I mean, You know, it could be correct, but I don't, you know, until it's validated, it's just a wild ass guess. You know, so we have to have a way of validating it. So yes, the empirical side of it is important. I mean, you could wake up tomorrow and have the theory that is the perfect theory, but if I can't prove it, I don't care.
If we were to think, this is going back to the great courses on the evidence for modern physics, we're talking about energy levels and tiny particles to the degree where the kind of prediction we would be making is not accelerator type predictions. So it's probably going to be impossible to build an accelerator that detects something like a string. So you have to make predictions about macro scale behaviors.
That's another alternative.
It's a different kind of prediction.
Sure.
Do we even have intuitions about what kind of predictions they would be? So of course, one of the lines of intuitions has to do with black holes, or in the singularity. Physics of black holes combine certain elements of general relativity and quantum mechanics, so there you could see some kind of predictions you can make. But you can't really mess with a black hole. You can create a black hole in the lab.
And the energies that we're talking about, the sizes we're talking about, are inside a black hole, which you can intrinsically never see.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can only see the outside of a black hole, not the inside of a black hole.
Nice high. Where'd you get it?
Depop, $12.
So, what you said, you did say something that was incredibly important and incredibly correct, and probably won't happen, but that's still good. Okay, so we have two choices when you talk about superstrings. Either superstrings are correct and they're making predictions up at the Planck energy scale, at which point we have to somehow build facilities that can generate Planck energies. That's possibility one. Possibility two is this theory, which is currently only applicable at